Hi, welcome to this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ASP.NET and C Sharp. My name is Ayuba Ojonogomoazu and I'm a software developer and a blockchain engineer from Nigeria in Africa. And if you have been following my channel on the education ecosystem, you probably would have watched my videos that are relating to ASP.NET and C Sharp. And in that category, I'm creating this new video to teach you how to create a full-fledged accounting system for a scenario of a wine shop. And our application, it's going to act like this. These are going to be the features that we're going to cover in this application. First of all, we are going to set up our wine shop. That when I talk about setting up, I mean capturing the details of the shop, which includes like the name of the shop, the email, the phone number, and every other necessary thing that will be on the receipts, on our wine shop receipts, that will let customers know that this is the wine shop and this is what we do. Then secondly, we are going to since we're talking about an accounting system, we'll most definitely have a chart of accounts where we capture different charts of accounts, ranging from income statement, ranging from income to expenses to purchase and all that, to payments, electricity bill, car maintenance, sales income, purchase registration, and all that. And then we're going to also capture details of our customers. When I talk about customers in this system, I'm talking about the customers in relation to customers that buy wines from us, and then people that we also pay. We can also categorize them as customers, like different customers that we pay them, like for other services that they render for us or they render to us. Then we're going to capture details of our suppliers. Of course, we should have different wines because we're selling different wines in our shop. We will also want to capture details of suppliers of those different wines. And then we're going to have daily bookkeeping, which will include purchase register, sales register, inventory, and expense claims. So we're going to capture details of wines we have purchased, and then we're going to see the dates of purchase, the wine that was purchased, the price it was purchased, and then we're going to post that to a particular chart of an account that we're going to create. And so we'll go to our sales register. We are going to capture details of sales that have been made, daily sales, and then we are going to register that and have a report that will display at the end of the day. Then we're going to have inventory. Of course, we can create a full-fledged accounting system without having inventory of items that we sell. So we're going to have inventory of different wines that we sell. We're going to look at the purchase price, the sales price, and the reorder level, so that we get an alert once that particular wine is getting out of stock. And then last but not the least, we are going to look at expense claims, which will be in the different categories that we're going to create in our chart of accounts. The expenses that we make in our shop, like maintenance of vehicles, payment of electricity, some repairs, and all that. So that's going to be the overview of our system. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have a reporting system for each of these categories or features that we have. And of course, we're going to have a dashboard that as soon as you log in, since it's going to be a web app, you're going to see a summary of sales that have been made, expenses that have been made, purchases that have been made, and we're going to look at our profit and loss statement at the end of the day, so we know whether the shop is making profits or is losing. Then In analyzing this system and our database design, I just created this simple table here that's it's going to be very beneficial for what we are going to create for this kind of scenario. So first of all, I talked about setting up the wine shop, and here are the details. We're going to capture the shop ID, which is going to be the primary key, shop name, shop address, phone number, and email. Now this is just a basic detail about the wine shop. You can go right ahead and include a whole lot of features like contact person and all that you need, but just to give you an overview of how this is going to work. Then our chart of accounts is going to be like this. We'll have different group charts of accounts for income, expenses, and assets. And then you can see I have first of all, I have a table called account groups, and here we're going to group different accounts in income, expenses, assets, and purchases in different kind of groups that we can create. And then for each of the group, we're going to have chart of account. For example, for income, we can have sales and interest received. For expenses, we can have bank charges, advert, electricity, legal fees, rent, repairs and maintenance, and all that. And for assets, we can have fixed assets and intangible assets and all that. So this was just going to create this chart of account, which is very necessary for any organization that wants to keep a proper track of its accounting system. Then talking about customers, we're going to capture these details of customers: the customer name, address, phone number, and email. We keep it just basic at this level. Then but of course you can extend these to any to how you want. You can extend it beyond this how you want. And then suppliers, we're going to capture details about suppliers and the wines we buy from them. So capturing the suppliers, we get the supplier name, address, phone number, and email. And then we'll have a separate table that will capture what the supplier supplies, like item the supplies. Now you can see I put an item here, item ID here as a foreign key, because we have a separate table for items which we're capturing that in inventory. So for items, we have the item name, of course, which is the primary key. We're gonna have the item ID rather, which is the primary key, then the item name, the purchase price, the sales price, and then the reorder level. Now this reorder level we will be set for each particular item, and once we get to that level, once we're selling these items which has been depleted from the stock, and it gets to this level, we should have an alert, maybe a red mark alert or something, to show that this item is going out of stock. And then of course we're going to have a separate table to be able to give us a stock balance of each item that we have here that will serve as a foreign key. Then continue to our database design, we're going to have purchase register. So for any purchase that we made, of course we know the supplier we're purchasing from, the accounts we're posting these records to, the item we purchased, the quantity purchased, unit price, and amount. And you should know that anytime we purchase an item, this quantity, the stock balance here, will be updated once we make purchase, because we're adding item to stock at this point. Then same goes with the sales register. Similar, the customer we're selling to, the chart of accounts we're posting these two, whether it's sales account or interest received or anything. And then the item ID, the item we're selling, the quantity, the unit price, and amount. And you should know that here we remove item from stock. So whenever we make a sale, items will be depleted from stock, and also the item stock balance here will be updated. So that's that about sales register. And finally, we're gonna capture expense claims, because of definitely our shop will have to make expenses, like we have to pay some people that will come and carry out some services in our shops, like maybe we have to pay for electricity, we have to pay for design and adverts, we have to pay for repairs and all that. So we're going to capture all that here. And like I said, we can have some of our customers that work for us, which is gonna the customer here will serve as a payee ID, the person we're paying, the description of what the person did, and then the amount, and of course which chart of accounts are we expending from. Is it an advert? Is it bank charges? is it rent and all that. So we're just going to capture that. Now this is not like a complete 100% rock star solid accounting system, but this gives you the basics of what you need to design an accounting system. And of course, since we're looking at a wine shop, we're assuming that this is just a medium scale wine shop, that it's not very big, and we're capturing this. But if you want to extend, you can add a whole lot of things to your wine shop, like the payments of employees, that you capture the employee salary, taxes, and all that. Now I'm keeping this simple just to give you an entry point on how systems like these can be designed in C# and ASP.NET. And of course, we're going to look at the security features of ASP.NET application. So for you to be able, for the accountant who is going to use this, for him to be able to access this, he definitely must be registered into the system, and login has a role that will enable him to carry out different tasks that we have here. So in the next session, we are going to start with our database design. So we're going to design this in SQL Server. Tables that we created here, we're going to design tables in SQL Server, and then move to designing our application structure, user interfaces, coding the application, putting everything together, and we conclude the video tutorial. So once again, my name is Ayuba Ojonuwamuazu, and thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to session 1 on this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayuba Ojonuwamuazu, and in the last video we were able to look at an overview of what we want to design, and then we looked at some database tables that I designed in the last video. Like all this, we analyzed our systems and looked at the key features of what is supposed to we're supposed to capture in our wine shop. Now in this video here, we're going to create these database tables in Microsoft SQL Server. So make sure you have your Microsoft SQL Server installed, and you can get that from the Microsoft webpage if you don't have that installed. Then you launch MS SQL Server. So I just go to Microsoft SQL Server. SQL Server. So I have my SQL Server 2014 Management Studio. So I click on that. So I click to open that. So click on connect. And then I go to the folder database, I open that. Then I go to database, right click on these, and then I go to new database. So I said wine shop DB. So that's the name of our database, and then I click on OK. You leave the other things as default, and then you click on OK. So you can see we have our wine shop DB here, and then if I click on that, we can you can see we have tables and all that. If you click on this, there is no table yet except the both the system table and file tables. There's nothing there. So now we're going to start with our first table, and we'll still have to go back to this design. So the first table is, we said we're going to create a table called wine shop, where we'll set up our the details of the wine shop. So we're going to start with that. So I right click on tables, go to table, and then I define the feature. So I start with shop ID. Shop ID, it's an integer. Okay, so I'll wait for this to respond. So we'll make that a primary key. And now scroll down here, identity specification, that is on column properties. Identity specification is identity, you make it yes, toggle it to true then, so that the identity can increment 1, 2, 3 like that. So our wine shop name, so we say shop name. So in fact our shop name shouldn't be more than let's say 250, I guess. Then shop address, phone, and email. So shop address, we can make this max because we need to type a whole lot of things. So phone, you can leave this like this, and then email, you can leave that like that. So that's all for creating our shop. So we go to save, and then we save this like this, TBL shop. That's shop table then. So if you expand these tables here, if you refresh that, right click on that folder, you can see that we have TBL shop. So the next table we're going to create is accounts, groups, and charts of accounts. So as I explained in the last video, so we're creating all this now. So accounts, groups, and we said we'll have group ID and group name. Group ID, make this integer, primary key. Identity specification, toggle that's to true, and group name. So we have this like this, and then I set this TBL account groups. So we have the other one, chart of accounts. So right click on this, go to table, chart of accounts, so chart ID, make it an integer. So identity specification, to put this to yes. And the group ID will be the foreign key. So also it is an integer, and then instead of chart name, I will say chart of account, chart of account, chart of account. That should be the name. Save these as TBL chart of accounts. Chart of accounts. So I save that, and then what's the next table we have is customers. So we're going to have a customer ID, customer name, address, phone number, and email. Create that table also. You can refresh this, you see all the tables we've created. So customer ID, is a primary key. Identity specification, yes. Customer ID, customer name, customer address, phone, and email. Phone, and then email. So we have TBL customers. Okay. Now next table is suppliers and then items that they supply. So we have suppliers and the items that they supply. So we have supplier ID. You can refresh this. So supplier ID. It is an integer. Scroll down. Identity specification. Yes. Supplier ID. Supplier name. Supplier address. Supply phone, and then supply email. So I save this. Now the next thing will be what this supplier supplies. So we call the supplier's item, right? So I say supplier item ID. It is an integer. A primary key. Identity specification. Set this to yes. Supplier ID, the supplier himself, it's foreign key, and then of course, so we're gonna have item ID here now, but we've not created item yet, so I'm just gonna put it there, item ID, in this case, which is our wines. So TBL items. So we have that now. So go to the next table now, which is the items. So we need our items, and then we're going to have details of wines we sell, and then their stock balance. So let's click new table. So we say items ID. It is an integer. And then a primary key. Item specification, yes. Item ID. Item name. You can actually put item code or any other thing that you feel will be will make you to identify the item. So purchase price. Now this float, so because we're using decimal points there. Sales price. There's also floats, and then reorder level. Now I said something about reorder level. If the item is below this reorder level, we should have a kind of alert on that. So reorder level. So TBL items. So we save this. And the next thing will be items in stock. So I can just say stock, stock ID. These are our primary key. Stock ID, item ID, and stock balance. So we change this frequently, item ID, and then stock balance. Good. And the next thing will be our purchase register. We need to have information about purchases that we've made and to which account we are putting in these monies, our purchases. Okay, so we have purchase register ID, the supplier that we purchased from, the accounts that we're posting this to, the item purchased, the quantity purchased, the unit price, and amount. All right. So go to tables, purchase, register ID. It is an integer. Supplier ID, chart ID, that is the chart of accounts, then item ID, quantity, so quantity purchased, integer, unit price, that's what price, or price purchased, yeah, unit price purchased, unit price purchased, purchase amount, purchase amount. So we call this TBL purchase register. Refresh this. Now sales register, we are going to do the same thing. So have sales register ID, the customer was selling to, the chart ID, chart as the account we're posting to, item ID, item we're selling, the quantity, the unit price, and the amount we sold that item. Okay, so we do that too. So right click, go on to table, so sales register ID. Sales register ID. It is a primary key. Identity specification, this to true, customer ID, chat ID, and item ID. Quantity, unit price, and amount. Quantity sold, price sold, and then amount sold. Sales register. Let me look at purchase register. I think goods purchase amount is supposed to be float because it's money, so I made a mistake there, so you correct that. Now last but not the least is our expenses. So expense claim. So our expense claim ID, the account we're posting to, and then payee ID, which of course is going to be our customer ID here. In this case, customer we are expanding this expense to. So in this accounting system that we're designing, we're assuming that anybody that we transact with, aside the supplier items, is a customer. So for example, if we pay our electricity bill, we're assuming that the company that we are paying them our electricity bills are also our customers. And then if we also repair, we also do maintenance and repairs, the people that come to do maintenance and repairs in our office are also our customers, so we get to see them like that. So in our expense claim, we can pay these customers. So that's what I'm gonna do now. Table expense ID, make this an integer. Identity specification, that's the true. Chart of accounts, so chart ID, there's an integer. Payee ID, of course, which is our customer in this payee ID. Then description and amounts. So description of what we paid for. And then amount paid. Expense claims. So we have these tables. And then with these tables now we can bring out a whole lot of reports from this table. We can intelligently tweak this table to fit into what we want to do. Now the next thing, we're not done with our tables yet. We need to of course be able to authenticate our users. The accountants that will log into this system will need to have a username and password that he or she will need to log into the system. So I think what I should do is we should have two groups. We should have the accountant, and then we should have the sales representative. The sales rep job will be to keep books, or probably the sales rep job will be to record sales onto the system. So the sales rep will, in fact, let's do it this way. We're going to have the sales rep, the purchase rep, and then the accountant. So that's how we're going to do. But anyway, I'll come to that once we are setting up the application. But for now, we need to add ASP.NET tables for membership, authentication, authorization onto our system. And to do that is very easy. You go to your C drive, and then you go to Windows. Good. Select Windows. You search for Microsoft.NET, which I have it here, and then you go to your framework. My framework is 64. Then make sure you select the highest framework, of course, which is what we're using, version 4.0, and then you search for ASP.NET Register SQL. So we have it here, ASP.NET Register SQL. So you click on that, and that will pop up the SQL Server Setup Wizard. You can see this wizard creates or configures a SQL Server database that stores information for ASP.NET application, which include membership profiles, role management, personalization, SQL Web Event Provider. So let's just go right ahead and hit next. So which database tasks you want to perform? Is it to configure SQL Server for application services or to remove that? So we want to configure that. So you leave the first one, which is the default, and click on next. Now here's my server name. In case you don't know your server name, you can just put dots. It's still the same thing. I'm using Windows authentication, so I don't need to enter any username or password. But if you're using SQL Server authentication to log into your management studio to your SQL Server, then you can click on this, then you enter the credentials. Now let's select our database by clicking on this. Our database is OneShopDB, and then we go to next. We go to next. And then you should now configure. The database has been created or modified, so we've added those tables to our system. Let's just go right ahead and hit the finish button. So we're done. Now let's go back to our SQL Server, to our tables, right click, and then refresh. And you can see we have a whole lot of tables here. Expand this a little. So we'll have applications, membership, roles, schema versions, and all that. So you're going to see how we're going to use this table pretty soon. So for now, we have designed our database, the necessary tables that we need. In the next along the line, as we continue in the video, we might modify or tweak these database features that we have designed, these database tables that we have designed. But we are going to see how we will achieve maximum efficiency of our web application at the end of the day. So that's that about this video session. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to session 2 on this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayubo Janugomoazu. In this session here, we're going to set up our application structure, define roles, and then design our user interfaces. So in the last video, we're able to create different tables that we are going to need for this application. So here now we're going to set up our application structure, and we're going to do this in Visual Studio. Now I have my Visual Studio installed, so you go to your Visual Studio and then you run as an admin. So you can see I have Visual Studio 2015 installed, and so I right click on that, and then I go run as an administrator. So this will bring up Visual Studio, and then just go right ahead and hit yes. So I have the enterprise version of Visual Studio, and just bring up my Visual Studio, and I'm gonna create a new website, and I'm gonna call it Wine Shop. So I just wait for this to finish booting. So I go to File, I go to New, I go to New Website. So I wait for this to come up. Now, as a prerequisite, you're going to make sure that you have Dev Express installed. You can see I have Dev Express here. We can actually create a Dev Express template, or we can create an ASP.NET form website. Now, I will want to go with an ASP.NET form website, so let's just click on that since it's easier. And then I call these Wine Shop. So after this, you make sure it's Visual C#, and then you click OK. So Visual Studio is going to create a full-fledged working application for us, but we're going to tweak some things a little to fit into what we want to do. So we wait for this to come up. Just have to be patient a little. Okay, this will take quite some time, but just have to be patient a little. Okay, creating project Wine Shop, project creation successful. So let's wait for this to display. Now we have these, which is a full-fledged working application that Visual Studio creates for us. we're going to leverage on these to get things started quickly. So I can right click on these now and view these in browser. So I view this in browser. I'm using Google Chrome as my default browser, so I'm going to view that. So let's view these. Okay, good. So you can see we have these application the Visual Studio creates for us. So we can see the application name, home, about, contact, register, login. So we're going to do some few changes now. Let's go to the site master and then make some few changes. So here now I'm going to change this to wine shop. That's the title. I'm going to change it to my name, like my nickname. Gypsy Wine Shop. And then I'll scroll down, change this to shop. And then okay, good. So here is the default page, the site master. And now for this application we're going to have some rules. Like for example, we're going to have the accountant rule, which will serve as the admin, so we're going to call that the accountant. Then we're going to have the purchase manager, and then the sales manager or the sales rep. Purchase manager and sales rep. So I will just create different folders for that. So I'll call this sales. Now the job of the sales is to do this. The job of the sales is to record sales register. So the sales rep will record sales register, and then the purchase manager will record a purchase register. So I'm gonna have this new folder. What did I press? Oh, not this. New folder. So I'm gonna call that purchase. So the purchase manager will work here. And then let me call this admin, since the accountant is going to be the admin. So I'll call this admin. So we'll have the admin that will be able to set up different categories, charts of accounts, and all that. Then the purchase manager will be able to record purchase register, and then the sales manager will be able to record sales register. And at the end of the day, the admin can see the reports of everything that is going on. So if we look at our design, if we go back to our design, we'll go back here. overview of our system. Now the admin should be able to set up wine shop, set up the shop, set up charts of accounts, register customers, register suppliers, and then add employees, which will be adding the purchase manager and then the sales rep, and then the purchase manager will also be able to record inventory in which the admin can see, while the sales rep will be able to register, will be able to do bookkeeping. So the sales rep will enter sales and then expense claims. So that's how our application it's going to be. I wish I drew this out for you so that you can see what the different actors of the system will be able to do. But anyway, I'm explaining that now. So let's start with the admin. So we right click on the admin, and then okay, before we do that, I'm going to put that I'm going to use login view. Okay, let me see what's the best way to go about this. Okay, first of all, let's be able to authenticate each user first, so that we get to get things up and running. So let's go to app code, and then let's add a data set. Let's go to app code and then add a data set, so we can be able to log in our users, the different users that we want to create. So you go to app code folder, add new item. It's taking quite some time. Okay, add new item, click on that, and then let's select a data set, because we're going to use a typed data set to make this easier for us. So I say wine data set. So with the type data set, we're going to have a visual representation of all the tables we created here. So we're going to have it represented here as a table adapter. And that's what we're going to do now. Good, so use the dataset designer to visually create and edit typed data set. So you right click or you drag a table adapter from here. So right click, add table adapter. Let's add the first one. Okay, so new connection. You can see we have no connection here. Which data connection would your application use to connect to database? We don't have any connection here at first, so click on new connection. Make sure it's SQL Server client, or you can, if you don't see it here, you can click on that and then make sure you select SQL Server. Click OK, and then your server name, you can put dots if you can remember your server name. I'm using Windows authentication like I explained. So select or enter a database name. So we're gonna select this, our wine shop DB. Good, so we have that here, and then we can test connection. So test connection succeeded, and we click OK. Good, so here's going to be our connection string, and let's hit the next. So you save the connection as this wine shop DB connection string. So this will be saved in our web config for easy maintenance and deployment. So we'll click on next. Now, how should data table adapter access the database? We're going to use SQL statement. So you right click on that, go to query builder. refresh in case you've made any changes. So let's first of all select the first one, which is shop, for setting up the shop. So add, click close, and then select all the fields here one by one, and then click OK, click next, uncheck that. Field is editable. We want to return it editable, and create methods to send updates directly to database directly from our codes here. So click on next, and then you can see TBL shop data table and TBL shop table of data were configured successfully, and here are the details. So we can make us an insert statement. We can select, generate select statement, make an insert statement, update statement, delete statements, generate table mappings, and generate get methods and update methods. So let's click on finish to add that table visually here. So you can see the same thing we have in our database. We have the visual representation of that table here. So I can save this. Now with this action I've performed, if I go to my web configuration, you can see I have two connection strings here, and this is the default connection string that Microsoft did for us. Default connection string. So we're not going to use that one because the data source of this is SQL Express, which is attached. Now we don't want to run with that, so I'm just going to remove this. And then I'm going to use wine shop connection string. So the next thing is for me to enable the different membership providers, role providers, and all that I have. And, I'm going to show you how to do that right away. So just 1 minute. I guess I wrote this down somewhere. Okay, so scroll down, and just after clear, well, I've done this in my other videos, but I'm just going to do this here again so you can get to see. So we are going to configure the ESPnet membership provider. So we add this, add name, there's ESPnet SQL membership provider. So type will be system.web.security.sql membership provider, and then connection string name, connection string name will be this wine shop DB connection. So we're doing this once and for all so that we can be able to connect to our database via our web config connection string easily. So enable password retrieval, password reset, and all that. So we can add all that. So, or you can leave this here, and the default will take place. But let's just do this. Enable password retrieval. So we don't really want that, so we'll leave that as false. Then enable password reset. Enable, just give a space. Enable password reset. Of course, we want you to be able to reset your password. True. Then requires question and answer. Requires question and answer. So run it, that will make that false. Requires unique email. We need that too. Requires unique email. Make that false. Then maximum invalid password attempts. Maximum invalid password attempts. So we can put any figures. So let's put 5. Then minimum required password length. Minimum required length, is it HT or TH? Length, so I think they should want should be 6. Then minimum required non-alphanumeric character. Minimum required. Now if you have these that I'm doing in your other applications, then you don't need to do this again. You can just copy it from your web config and add them here. So minimum required non-alphanumeric characters. So you can see we're setting all these. Then password attempt window. Window 10, application name. Application name should be this. Okay. Good, now we have these set up for membership. So we're going to do the same thing for profile and then role manager. So for profile, immediately after the clear button, after the clear tag, sorry. So add name, ASP.NET SQL profile provider, ASP.NET SQL profile provider, and then type should be system.web.profile SQL profile provider. So connection string name, is what we have here. And then our application name. And then we give the space. So now for role manager, we're going to enable that first. So we say enabled true. So I will enable role manager because we're going to use this. And then here we go to add name, ASP.NET SQL role manager, SQL role provider, sorry. So type will be system.web security SQL role provider. So connection string name, what we copied, which is one shopdb connection string, and then application name, so we have this. So with this we've set up our ASP.NET membership and role providers. Now here they say we should remove form authentication, So when I comment this out, we want to use form authentication here. Okay, good. So let's scroll up. Authentication mode, change this to forms. Good. Now we're done with our web configuration for now. So what we need to do is make some changes a bit to our system. So for example, the login system and the registration system, we're going to make some changes. So this is the login button, code behind. I'm going to remove all these codes that Visual Studio created for us. We're going to use our own codes. And for page load 2, I'm going to remove all these codes. So I'm going to say using system.web security. Now, first of all, let's set up the admin, and let's create the admin role and then create an admin user. Then the admin should be able to create other users like the purchase manager, sales manager, and all that. So, and to do that, let's just do this. Actually, you can do this in your global.exe files. So as soon as the application starts, you can run that. But let's do this here. Roles.create role. So we'll call this role admin. We also create another role. Roles.create role. Call this purchase as the purchase manager. Roles.create role. So we call this sales, which will be the sales manager. And then membership, create user. So username, I'm going to use this. It's my username. And then my password. I'm gonna add that user. Add user to role with the username UPZ and then the role name admin. So we're doing this just to be able to see what the admin will be able to do at the end of the day. So now that's I've done this, the next thing is to log in the admin. So say if membership would validate user. Let's see if this is true. Validate which user? Of course, the username, which is login. Which is the username control text box. Let's enter it here. And then the password text box. Now this username and password, I got it from here. Text box name is used. Text box ID is username. Text box ID here is password. So that's how I got this. So if this is validated, then if this is validated, we can say forms authentication, let's set authentication cookie of the login username to true. And the response should redirect to defaults. SPX. So I'm going to run this login page. If it runs, then everything's okay. First of all, let me refresh this. So let's go to login. And then since this page has displayed, that means everything here has been done correctly, so I can comment this out. Now refresh again and try and log in. So you can see I'm refreshing again, and then I try to log in. The credentials I just created. Okay, I've done this before, so you can see I have that username. Now I click on login, and whoa, I'm logged in. You can see hello Yupsi, wine shop, and all that. So now this is the admin, so we're going to define what the admin should be able to do on this application. For example, we said the admin should be able to set up shop, set up chart of accounts, and then different other things that the admin can do: set up shop, accounts, setting up charts of accounts, and then setting up customers, suppliers, and adding employees, and then viewing reports. So I'm going to do all that now. I'm just going to define all that here. So we'll go to masters, and then we add an ASP.NET login view here. So roles group. So for the role admin, here's what we can do. I can just copy this. Content templates. First of all, he can view okay, the startup set. So we'll start with dashboard. Okay, let's just set up shop. You can set up shop. And then he can set up charts of accounts. So we can call that charts of accounts. Charts of accounts. So you can set up customers and suppliers. Let's start with suppliers first. Customers, then add employee, and then the inventory. Who should be able to set up the inventory? I think the purchase manager should do that. The purchase manager should be able to set up the inventory. So we're going to leave that for the purchase manager to do. And then here we are going to add I think reports. Okay, add employees, then reports, add employees. Now view reports. So I think this should be all what the admin should be able to do. So I can refresh this page again and see. Okay, this is too long, and I guess I'm going to remove home, about, and contacts for this application so that I can just have this clean. So we really don't need this. So we can just say home, which will be the general home, like a dashboard that everybody can see. Okay, so he can set up shop, charts of accounts, suppliers, customers, employees, and then view reports. Now this is for this guy that is logged in as an admin. Then for who is logged in as a purchase manager, we still can copy this. Change this to purchase, and then here we're going to have inventory. So you can set up inventory and then purchase register, right? Purchase register, and I guess that's all for this person. Then for sales, I'm going to copy the same thing. Sales, the sales rep should be able to register sales register and then expense claims. Sales register. Expense claims. And then here will be sales. Okay, so we have all that now, and that's for this session. In the next session, we are going to change the application. Now, don't worry about this dashboard that you're seeing, all this ESP and stuff. I intend to make these a dashboard at the end of the day where you get to see items that are running out of stock, and you get to see just one or two reports, probably in a chart format, and see. We're just going to display a dashboard of our wine shop of a summary of what is going on. So we're going to display that for everybody to see. So now that we are here, in the next video we are going to see how we'll create the user interface and set up all these, and probably maybe start by adding the employees to the system, setting up the shop and all that. So thank you for watching. All right, continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we're able to create these structure here for the admin, and then we have all these features that the admin can perform, like setting up shop, chart of accounts, suppliers, setting up suppliers, customers, employees, view reports, and all that. So we're going to start with add employee first. so that we should be able to register the purchase manager on the sales reps, and then so from there then we set up our shop, chart of accounts, suppliers, and customers before we get to view reports of the operations that will be performed by each of these employees. So let's start with adding employee, and then to do that it's easy. You come to the admin folder, right click on that, go to add new item, and now we're going to add the page, the web page, which is web form, and then we say add employee. So add employee, so make sure select master page, add that, and then it's site.master, and then we click OK. So in adding employee, the only thing we need to do is to have the employee username and then password, or we could have okay, let's just do it simple, employee username and password, instead of having employee first name, last name, and all that. So let's just go with having the employee username and password. So, and I can use a table, as easy as that. So I can say style 70%, margin auto, employee username. So the employee can change his password upon login. That will just be a scenario. So username, get a text box, add a text box there. Employee password, or I can hard code the password below, so the employee can change his or her password. So I think I should hard code the password below. So here's just what I would do. Select column span 2. So you're going to determine which employee you're adding. So I'm going to use a video button. First radio button, group name, let's say employee. So the first one, text box, text will be purchase, let's say sales rep, purchase manager, rad purchase, and then rad sales, right? And if we go to our site.master, where we have add employees, so we'll link that. So we'll drop a button, So let's refresh this and view that page. Okay. I think we don't need to have that as column span, so I can just put this like this, and then I remove this. And here we have a H, maybe 2. Add employee. Add employee. So it's assumed you just select whether it's a purchase manager or a sales rep, and then you add employee username, you click add employee. So we're going to have a default password that each employee is going to have, and they can use that to log in upon after registration. So to do this is very easy. Just say button add employee, btn add emp. So on click of this, create this event, a new event. So we got go to add employee.cs. So we see using system web security. So here now we are going to do this membership. Let's create user. Now let's give these a name, this text box, text username, so this will be text username dot text, and then password, we can use this password. We can just say password 11. So the employee can change this password upon login. And roles, add user to role. Text username dot text, and then to okay. We're going to check which role. So if rod purchase dot checked is true, so we add these to purchase, right? If rod sales checked is true, so we add these to sales. So that's how we are going to add our employee to our application. And once it is successful, you can put this in a try and catch block actually. So try catch exception ex. Should we use a hidden field, or we can use a hidden field? So say HD message MSG. Employee added successfully, and then we can toggle this, make this empty. So let's refresh this page. So let's add a purchase manager, and then let's name him Steve, and so we are employee. Is this successful? The hidden field. Oh, well, actually I'm not even supposed to use a hidden field actually. Okay, I guess I should have used the label, not a hidden field. Sorry about that. I can toggle the visibility. Or I can toggle the visibility of the hidden field to be true. But let's check whether what we did was correct, whether the employee was able to add that. So let's go to the ASP.NET user tables, go to edit top 200 rows, and then let's check. Okay, good. So we added Steve, and so you can refresh these again. That's the purchase manager, and then let's add the sales rep. Let's say his name is Victor. Well, I guess the hidden field stuff is not working. We should use label then. So you should use a label then instead of a hidden field. So we've added both Victor and Steve as a purchase manager and a sales rep accordingly. So now let's log in with Steve and see. Remember, here's the password. The idea is for him to log in and change the password. Okay, so you see this is Steve, and then he can look at the inventory and purchase register. So let's look at Victor. Just log in with Victor and see. Okay, good. So he's a sales reps, and then he can also record expense claims. So that's how we divided the roles of our application according to different users. Now, the next thing now is for us to start coding the admin page, like setting up the shop and all that. Which of course we have this interface. You see, here's his password. Good. So we have these now. So the next thing is for us to set up shop, chart of accounts, suppliers, customers, and then before we code both the sales rep and purchase managers aspects. Now, one thing we need to remove this. Actually, notice that error. Let's click on this. Go to view code. All these piece of codes here, we don't need them. Let's just remove them. For the preload, page initialization, we don't need them. Good. So in the next video, we shall continue by creating all these pages accordingly, and see how our application will turn out to be. Thank you for watching. Welcome to session 3 on this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ASP.NET and C#. My name is Ayubo John Azu, and in session 3 here, we are going to program the features that the admin should be able to perform. In the last session, we set up our application and designed some of our user interfaces and programmed our ASP.NET membership roles and security features, in which we're able to log into the application and add user roles like the sales rep and the purchase manager. Now we are going to initialize the application by setting up shops, by setting up the shop, charts of accounts, suppliers, and then customers. And this will be done by the admin of the application. So we're going to start with setup shop, and I'm going to introduce you to direct express controls that we're going to use to make our design much more easier, quicker, and more robust. So we're going to start with setup shop, and we go to our admin page. You right click on that folder, go to add new item, and then just name this shop, click OK, site master. So shop accounts, shop chart of accounts, suppliers, customers. So we'll add another one. So we call this chart of accounts. Chart of accounts. Accounts with double C. Suppliers. and then customers. So we start with the first one, set up shop, and then I'll just put that here, set up shop. Now, like I said, I'm gonna drop a Dev Express control to make these much more easier for us since we are using tight data sets. So I'm using Dev Express. Which Dev Express should I use? Let me use 17.2. So I pick my grid view and drop it here. And I told you about Dev Express installation. You can get it from their website, which is devexpress.com. Go here and then you can download Dev Express. So you can download the latest Dev Express controls and add that to your Visual Studio, which is pretty straightforward. So you just go to downloads, you click on downloads, download that, and then you close your Visual Studio while you run the installation, which is pretty straightforward. So the Dev Express tools will be added to your Visual Studio. So waiting for this to get added. So you can see they have nice controls. You can also look at the demos here. You can see the different products they have. You can see they have Windows Forms, Web Forms, Enterprise Server Tools, frameworks and productivity, and all that. And then you can click here to view demos. And then you can buy after you've tested the control and you see that you are in love with it. So meanwhile, while we're waiting for that to get added to our system, because that's the first time, you can see how nice the controls are. Best in class tools, Reader's Choice from 2016 to 2020. So let's wait for this to get added to our system. It's taking quite some time, so just have to wait. You can see the grid view was added, but doesn't look like what I want. Let me refresh, let me run this page and see. Let me run this page, and hopefully I shouldn't see any error, so that I can proceed. Okay, to work properly, DevExpress components require AXPX HTTP handler module registered in webconfig.file. That should be here. So I can have this. I've done this in another application before, so I can just pick this from any of my application before. Do I have it here? Check. I think I should have something here. Oh no, I didn't use DevExpress here. I should have it here, I guess. HTTP handler module, that's the error, right? XPX HTTP handler module. Good, it should be in handlers here, but then I'm using version 17 points, so I'll pick from here. let's check on the system.web server. So I'm gonna remove these modules here, and then we're using Dev Express 17 point we're using 17.2. Well, it's about to rain now, so I'm going to pause this video after this. Let me refresh these and make sure it's working fine before I pause this video if the rain is going to continue. Okay, so I believe we can just continue since the rain has seems to have stopped. I need to log in again. Okay, I'll set up shop. I need to change that. Go to site.master. Charts of accounts. Suppliers. Need to map these to the appropriate pages on our system. And then customers. Refresh this page. Okay, so we can now continue. So let's go to setup shop. Make these with 100%. Data source ID, objects data source 1, which I'm going to add that now. So I'm going to add object data source 1. Columns false. Well, I hope you'll be hearing me because the rains. It's actually raining here, and I just want to slim down this particular video tutorial before the rain intensify. So we have this right now. By clicking here, since we're using typed dataset and we have already added our shop visual representative of the shop to our typed dataset, so we can easily call this, and that's as easy as doing this. So you click on the design tab, but make sure you put your cursor here, and then you click on the design tab in the shop page. Okay, good. So you can see we have that now. So we click on here, object data source control. So you click on these little arrow here. So click on configure data source. Make sure you check this, show only data components, and of course here's the only data component we have, table adapter. So you can see it says select a business object that can be used to retrieve or update data. So for example, object defined in the bin or app code directory for this application. So we'll have this in our app code directory. Click on next. You can just check this to make sure that both the update, insert, delete, select statements, there's already a method for it. Now we click on finish. Now you can see this has modified our grid view. So we go back to source, and you can see that our grid view has been modified. Now we don't need to display the shop ID, so I'm just gonna set visibility of that to be false. And then above here we're going to add our command column. So we say show new button in header, true, and then show edit button, true. So we save all this. So now we can now refresh this page. So let me just quickly create the shop. An error code while encrypting a control callback state. You can turn off callback state by encoding or disabling created control setting in the DevExpress section of a config file. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna pause this video and then continue in the next session as the rains is falling, and I guess you're not going to hear me very clearly. So I'm stopping this video now. Alright, continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we're trying to set up our shop we're trying to set up our wine shop, and we had an error in which you can easily fix that error if you're using DevExpress 17.2. I believe that's why we have that error. So you can set these, just go to your web config under this DevExpress tag. Under settings, you will see protect control state, so you set that to false, and then you can rerun that page and then click on add new item, and you should be able to add this item. So now using the same logic, we are going to create our chart of accounts and suppliers, customers, then of course just chart of account, suppliers, and customers. So that's what we are going to do now, and to do that, it's easy. Let's go to our chart of account. So we try and create the interface. So I said h2 chart of accounts, and then I put this HR. Now what I want to do here is, if you look at our chart of accounts in our design, you will notice we have two tables there. We have account groups and then the chart of accounts itself. So to keep this very simple, I'm going to use the tab objects expx page control to be able to have a tab like object. So we should extend Navigation and layout, 17.2, navigation and layout. And then I should choose AXPX page control. So I drop that on my page. I can set width of this to be 100%. Okay, what is the page orientation? Can I still remember that? I'm just trying to see if I can remember. Okay, well, anyway, I think the default will be horizontal. It's been a while I've used this tab control, but we're gonna get it. Okay, so tab pages. So tab page. The first one we can see group account groups. Account groups. I think content collection, if I'm not mistaken. I think content control. And now we can drop our first grid view here. So I'm using 17.2. I have to be careful selecting this. So the weight of these to be 100%. Then the same thing, I pick this whole tab page. And then I say charts of accounts. Chart of accounts. So let me run this page and make sure that it's in accordance to what I have in mind. So log off and log in back in. So I just log off. I'll wait for this to log off. Okay, so logging back. So I'll click chart of accounts. Alright, now this is in accordance to what I want. So you can see. So for the account groups, we talked about different account groups like income, expenses, assets, and just any kind of accounts group that you see that, or you notice you can group your different kinds of accounts. And to do that now, it's very easy. You recall on our app code we have a wine data set. So right click on this, add table adapter, click on next, go to query builder, click on refresh in case we've made changes. And then we go to account groups, we add that, close, select all this, click on next, and check these. I've explained all this when I was setting up the shop. And then the next thing, we also add our chart of accounts, so add table adapter, click on next, query builder, and you can refresh, chart of accounts, add, close, good. So we have these now, right? Charts of account. Now we can create a view of these two tables, the account groups and then the chart of accounts. So we can actually create a view of that, and to do that is very easy. You go to add table adapter, then you go to next, query builder, I usually like to click the refresh button in case I've made some changes. So I add this, and then I also add chart of accounts. So you can see automatically Visual Studio has detected that there is a group ID here as a primary key and as a foreign key here. So it's trying to see what I want to do. So I click on all these and then group name here. So you can see here's the select statement. Select from table of accounts, chart ID, group ID, chart of accounts, and then from account group's name you select the group name and do an inner join of the account group of the table account groups and table charts of accounts where the group ID are the same. So this is just to show you how powerful we can use our data sets. Now I should have given this data set a name. Okay, well, this can be done, but well, I think we are not going to use this now here because you can rename these actually, but rename these and say view chart of accounts. So you can see we have view charts of accounts table adapter. Okay, so let's save this. And the first table we are going to display here, it's the account groups, and then the second table will be the table chart of accounts. So let's start with the first one. We go back to our chart of accounts, and then it means we're gonna have two object data source control. So you go to data, select object data source, drop this, and then I believe we also have the second one to drop too. So for the first grid view in account group, let's say data source ID should be object data source 1, right? And for that, it's easy. We hit our design. So configure data source. So we select account groups table adapter, hit the next, make sure all the choose a method or display something, and then we hit on finish. So if we go back to source here, so group ID, we can make that, we can toggle the visibility to be false. Then we can add a command column, show new button in header, true, show edit button true. Good, so we save these and then we'll refresh this page. So click on the new button here, and different account groups that we're going to have as follows that I'm going to create. I think for our scenario we just need income and then expenses. So add another group name, income, we have expenses. We can also add assets if we like. So let me just add assets, even though we're not going to use that. So these are all what you can actually extend these. As you can see, you can add different accounts groups for your application. Now for chart of account, it's going to be similar, but then we will have to select each and every group, for each and every group, we will have to display the chart of accounts. So I think what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to introduce you to master detail paging of ASP of Dev Express control. So we're going to display all these group names, and then there will be a button you can click, and then you add chart of accounts for each of this group name. And then here too I can say H4 set up account groups. Here we can see set up account groups. Just to give it a nice look and feel. Oh, okay, it hasn't saved yet. So I can refresh this page again. Okay, good. So you can see set up account groups and then group name and all that. Now in setting up our chart of accounts, it's the same thing. We're going to have our account groups, and then you can click through and be able to add charts of accounts for each of the accounts group. And to do that, it's very easy. So if we come down here, here is it. So we have this first grid view, right? This first grid view will have the same object data source as this first one, but then we're going to make it a master. We're going to make it a master grid view that will have a detailed grid view embedded in it. So you open here, you click on this, you go to templates, then you go to detail row. Where do we have a detail row? Good. And then we drop another grid view in there. So we're using 17.2. Then we drop another grid view in here. I can put these, I can say categorized charts of accounts. Top one here will be set up chart of accounts. Put these. Then we look for settings for the grid view. So for this grid view, we look for settings. That's after templates. Allow only one master expanded. We say true. Show detail row. We say true. So I save this. I can see it's taking time to save. Of course, I can pick the key field name here because we will need that. And now for the second grid view too, so here I can say data source ID should be object data source 2. And then what is our object data source 2? This, so we can go to the design page, click on that, configure data source, make sure select charts of accounts, and then make sure all these has so you click on finish. So that's object data source 2, right? For AXPX grid view, let me call this grid view detail. Let me refresh this and see what we have. Okay, so if we go to chart of accounts, good, so you can see that, and you can click each of these and we have a grid view that we can display all what we want to display. So all right, there's someone by my door right now, so let me just pause this video and continue in the next session, where we will quickly for each of the group name we'll quickly add chart of account for it. So thank you for watching. Okay, continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we're trying to do an ASP.NET AXPS grid view master detail grid view control. So we want to have the group names, and then for each of the group names we have the charts of accounts that we're going to create for that. So first of all, let's modify this to make this bolder, and then so in our charts of accounts, the detail grid, so width, make that 100%. Go right ahead and save that. Now certain details, we said allow only one master row expanded to be true, and then show detail row should also be true. And if you look at it, so here, that's on the second grid view, the detail grid view, we're going to say on before perform data select. So we'll create a new event. What we want to do is we want to start a session of want to get a session of the key field name of the first grid view, and use that session and get by group ID. So if we go to our data set here, now we're gonna say get by group ID. So we add query, it's charts of accounts, go to next, and then here we say where group ID is at group ID. So click on next, and then we call this get by group ID. Click on next, and then we finish. So I'll go right ahead and save that. It's still saving. Good. So I usually close these and open it again for that to take effect. Okay, so we go to chart of accounts. Here now, our select method will not be get data anymore. It will be get by group ID. So get by group ID, and that means we're going to have a select parameters. I'm going to use ASP.NET session parameter. Group ID, session field, group ID, and then type should be integer 32. So if we're still gonna insert, we're still gonna insert based on that. So we're going to remove this. Update here for updates too, the same thing. Updates like that. So wait for this to save. So we'll go to charts of accounts. Now, before perform data grid view, so we do this session. Group ID should be sender as ASPX grid view. To do this, we have to say using devexpress.web.ax is it not devexpress.web.asps grid view? Devexpress. I'm forgetting the namespace. Yes, it's .web. Okay, so using devexpress.web. So we get the master row key value. So that's what we pass there. So I can try this again, probably maybe log off and log in again. guess this should be an error from yeah, let's refresh this again. So let me log in again. Click on login. We go to charts of accounts. So for income, okay, good. So now you can display that way. So I'm going to do some changes a little bit. So first of all, to generate columns, set that to false for the details grid view, and then run the command column. Show new button header, true. So edit button, true. Data text column. Field name should be chart of accounts. Refresh this page. So here, let's see, sales, that's under income. Let's add another one. Okay, we're trying to perform a CRUD operation with an incorrect or unspecified key field name property. So probably if I check my okay, so what's the issue? Why are we having this error? Why are we having that error? Of course, this is a primary key. The chart ID is a primary key. And identity specification has been set to yes, so before perform data select, we have this. So what could be the error? Let me refresh this again. Key field name property. Okay, here we didn't give the, no, here is no group ID actually. We're getting a list of all items from group. Let's just go here, account group. Yes, group ID. Chat ID. Okay. Okay, so we have sales, and then we can say interest received. Now for expenses, we can have different expenses. Chart of accounts for expenses. We can have bank charges, for example, bank charges. Now in some accounting system, each of these charts of accounts can have accounting codes. So bank charges, advert charges, maybe electricity, then maybe rent and legal fees. Rent, that's shop rent. Legal fees, etc. And we can do that for assets too. So if we come here to check our details chart of accounts, you can see we have this. So the next thing is for us to do create suppliers, where we say we're going to have different lists of suppliers and the items that they supply and the customers. So for suppliers, okay, maybe I should just pause this video here and then do suppliers and customers in the next video. Thank you for watching. All right, in the last video we were able to complete our setting up of our charts of accounts. Now in this video session here, we are going to program our suppliers, customers pages. So we're going to start with suppliers, And then if you can recall from our design, we said the suppliers, we will have suppliers and also the items that the supplier. So it means we'll have to first of all, for we to do suppliers items, we'll have to first of all create the items that we sell, the different wines that we sell. But let's start with the suppliers first. So we go to our app code folder, go to our data set, and then let's add suppliers. So add table adapter, click on next button, click on next, go to query builder. We're refreshing this. Then we locate suppliers, we add that. So list of all suppliers, click OK, go to next, and check this, go to next, and then click on finish. So this is suppliers. I'll just go right ahead and add all the necessary tables that we're going to need here. So we go to next, next, query builder, suppliers item, add that. So we click on next, we uncheck that, and then we finish. So now it's time to also add the items themselves. So table adapter, go to next, next, query builder, fresh. Items, close, go to next, and then we finish. And then what's remaining, just want to add all the table adapters that we're going to need. So let's go to next, next, query builder, and then let's look at we've added items. So now let's add a purchase register. Go to next, and then we click on finish. So we also need to add our stock. I like to arrange them like this so I can easily see them. So we add stock, stock ID, item ID, and stock balance. query builder, sales register, click OK, next, check this, next, and then finish. Now the next thing, we can add our expense claims, and we go to add, and then we add that. Click on next, next, query builder. Now we add expense claims. Okay, good. So we now have all our table adapters. Let's go quickly to suppliers. Now it's the same thing with chart of accounts. So I'm just going to copy the entire codes of chart of accounts and then just make my modifications here and there. So it's the same ideology, it's the same way we create a chart of accounts. So I copy everything and then I paste that here, and then I call this suppliers. And you can notice I'm having error here, unrecognized namespace DX, that's for Dev Express. So that's because I need to add this assembly. And you can also add this assembly in your web config instead of adding it on each individual page. So here now, set up suppliers. Set up wine suppliers. Call this suppliers. And then the second one will be suppliers items. Different items for each supplier. So starting with the first one, and object data source one, right? So we go to design. Configure data source. So suppliers, table adapter. We'll click on next. Make sure update method. We have these, insert method. We have this, and delete method. We have these. You click on finish. So it's saying, would you like to regenerate the grid view column fields and data keys using the selected data source schema? Warning, this will delete all existing column fields, of course. Good, so we have that now. So we don't really need to display the supplier ID, so I'm just going to say visible false. And then here we can have our command column, show new button in header, show edit button. Now if you notice, I'm not showing delete button because usually I really don't see anything why I should be deleting records if I can edit them. So now the second one now is each of the items we need to supply them. So of course the data source, object data source 1 will now be, the key field in here will be supplier ID, right? And then the detail grid view will now be the supplied items, so the supplier's item. And then for that we are going to get by supplier ID. So let's look for that. Supplier items gets by supplier ID. So we say where supplier ID at supplier ID. So we're going to check that. So we say get by supplier ID. Click on next, and then we finish. Can go right ahead and save that. Okay, so I usually close and reopen this. Now object data source 2 will be binded to supplier items. So we go to the design view. This will be supplier items. Next, now you can see select a method, choose a method. We have two methods here: the get data that returns everything, or this one that returns supplier ID. Update method, we also choose that. Insert method, we also choose that. Delete method, we also choose that. So we click on next. Now you can see it's different now. It's asking us for parameter source, so we're going to use the session parameter. I did this in code in the last and the session field will be supplier ID, just like how we showed there. So we're done with that. You can see we have select parameters, supplier ID here, and our select method here is get by supplier ID. So on the before perform data select of the grid view, of the details grid view, and before perform data select, we can copy what we have here. Close this code. here should be supplier ID. And then for this arrow, we're going to import devexpress.web. Good, using devexpress.web. So you can just click on that and so it's added using devexpress.web. So that's that about suppliers, and then we can run that now and see. I think I need to log out and log in again. So I wait for this to log out, then I log in again. So I log in again. Now mind you, this dashboard here, the home, we are going to do some changes towards the end of the application and make the much more informative. So I log in. Good, I go to suppliers. So let me start by setting up my suppliers. Let's start with this. Let's set the supplier name is Imperial Blue Wines. Address should be Ojota, Lagos, and then here is the phone number +234 blah blah, something like this, and supply email, let's see, maybe it's imperial@email.com, and then we can add another supply again, maybe syrup drinks, for example. So maybe New York. Phone +145 +1456, something like this. syrup@email.com. Let's add a third supplier. Let's say Guinness wines, for example. Dublin, I think they produce Guinness in Dublin, Ireland. And now let's say the phone number is like this, something like this. Guinness, I hope I'm spelling this Guinness well, at email.com, for example. Now let's go to supply items. Okay, supply items were supposed to I think I did a mistake there. Object data source 1. You can change it to items, and then grid view 2, object data source 1, supplier ID. Okay, you can actually make these auto post back so that we can get to refresh and get these items. So you can see I did a refresh there. So to get that working, you can in case that will be an issue, so on tab change, AXPX page control, you can see auto post back to be true. So whenever we change tab, there should be a post back. So that way we can get what we want to get. Now here for the first supplier, I made changes, so let me refresh this page. So suppliers item, good. So not chart of accounts, that should be items. Now we're going to come into this because we because if we look at the data sets for suppliers item, we need to select the item ID. So and we've not set up the item yet, so I'm going to come back to these after setting up the items. So we'll come back to that. Meanwhile, let's quickly do customers, or different list of customers. So, and it's going to be the same thing with like setting up shops. So I'll just copy the codes I have here. Customers. And then I copy this. So call this register customers. So object data source 1, we are going to change this to our customers table adapter. We have that here. So configure data source, select customers. Looks like I didn't add customers yet. Okay, so I'll cancel these and then go right ahead and add customers. So add new item, table adapter. That's next, query builder. Customers. So we can click on close. So like I said, I usually close these and open it again, see if it changes. Yes. So I go back to my customer page, click on this, configure data source. So I have customers now. Click on next, yes. Update, insert, and delete. And this made changes, so I go back here. Customer ID, I can turn the visibility to be false because I don't need to display that. And here, command column. Show new button in header true. Show edit button true. So we save this. And then now we can view customers. So for customers, I can just give them names like this: customer A, address, let's say Lagos, phone +67 blah 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 blah, email customer a@email.com. So add another customer. Customer B. So Lagos. This customer B@email.com. Customer C. Messages. This customer email.com. So now let's say we have all these customers. So now we are able to set up shop in the admin section. We have our name of shop, Gypsy Wine Shop. We're able to set up our chart of accounts, which has to do with setting up our account groups and then the different charts of accounts for each of the account groups. So if we expand, we can see that under income of sales and interest received, under expenses we have bank charges, electricity, adverts, and legal fees. And then we are also able to set up suppliers, so different suppliers that supply wines to our shop. We have Imperial Blue, Ciroc drinks, Guinness wines, and then supplier items. Now for supplier items, we have to set up the items first before we do that, so we are still going to come back here to complete this part of the tutorial. And then we're able to set up our customers, different customers that we sell drinks to. And then of course we have add employee, where you can add an employee, whether a purchase manager or a sales rep. So what's remaining now is to view reports that we are going to generate at the end of the tutorial for the admin. So we are done with the admin section for now. We are going to go into the purchase manager section, where we set up the different items, because the purchase manager's job is to set up the different wines that we sell, and then also to record purchase register. So if we buy any new wine, he's supposed to record that into the system. Then from there we'll also proceed to the sales reps. The sales representative, they sell the record sales register, so they register all the sales of wines we have made. So let me pause this video here while we continue in the next session. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to session 4 on this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ESP.NET and C#. My name is Ayubo Ojonugomoazu, and in session 4 here we are going to program the purchase manager page, which includes setting up our inventory, setting up different items that we sell, and then registering purchases that has been made. And according to our system analysis and design we did, this action will be performed mostly by the purchase manager. So we are going to start with setting up our inventory, and then to do that is very easy. Now I'm logged in with my purchase manager's account, which is Steve, for instance, and then we are going to create these inventory page. So if you recall, we have our purchase folder. So I right click on this, I go to add new item, and then I can call this inventory. But another thing is in having the inventory, we have to, should I call this inventory or item registration? I think items or products. Let me call this products, not inventory. So this should be called products. And that means here we'll be registering our products, registering products, and then registering purchase. So the activity of registering a purchase and registering purchase will give us the inventory. So here we'll register our products, we'll register purchase, and then we have another one we say view inventory. So are going to be the pages that we're going to have. So product registration, purchases, and inventory. Okay, so now we're starting with product registration, and it's just pretty easy. Like, it's just almost like setting up our suppliers page that we have here. So I'm just going to pick all this. Okay, let me look for shop, the one that has no AXPS page control. So just pick something like this, and then I post that here, and then I'm gonna tweak this a little. So here I'll say register products, register products. So I'm gonna pick this. So if you can recall from our wine data sets, we have items here, item name, purchase price, sales price, inventory, order level. So I'm gonna pick that now. So I'll just click the design view of this. And then I come here, configure data source. I go to items. I go to next. Select an update method for that. And insert method for that, and a delete method for this, and then I click finish. So it's going to refresh the keys and all that. Good. So I go back here to source, and then I toggle the visibility of this to be false. Command column, show new button in header true, show edit button true. So if we go to our site.master for the purchase manager, here is going to be item registration or products. I'll just call this products, and purchase register, and then view inventory. So the purchase manager can view inventory as a reports. So view inventory. Okay, purchase products. So I can refresh this page. Okay, so you see you have products, purchase register, and view inventory. So if we click on products, good, so we can add new items. Now you should take note that here we're just only registering items without linking them to the suppliers. So we're just registering all the items that we sell, the different wines that we sell. So I can start with Imperial Blue wine, something I take a lot. Let's say the purchase price is 900 and the sales price is 950, and the reorder level for this is 5. So we have that. Let's have another one. There's a Guinness golden wine. The purchase price is 600, the sales price is 700, and the reorder level, let's say, is 4. Let's see, we also have blue and black wine. The purchase price is 1,000, the sales price is 1,200, and the reorder level is 10, for example. And let's add another wine. Let's see, this is wine of wine. The purchase price is 300, sales price is 320, and the reorder level is 6. So let's have another one. Let's see, Goldberg. The purchase price is 450, sales price is 500, reorder level is 5. So I've added 5 lines, for example. Right, I think let's okay with this 5 for now. Now that's that. So we're able to add our products. Now if you can recall, I talked about in the admin section where we should add the supplier, what's the supplier, the different wines that the supplier supplies. So I talked about that, and to do that is very easy. Well, first of all, let's log in there. So let's log in with the admin. Good, here in the suppliers here. Talked about suppliers item. So here now, once you click new, you select from each of the items you have. So that means we have to bind that to we'll have to do some binding. So we have to bind that combo box to our database, our data table rather, table adapter. So here's suppliers. So here we have different suppliers, right? So here, instead of AXPS grid view data text column, we're gonna have this. We're going to have combo box column. So field name is item ID. That's what we have in our database design. If you can recall, not here. Good. So it's item ID, right? So field name will be item ID, and then caption will be item. The supplies. Now we are going to have properties combo box. Data source ID will be, let's say, object data source tree, and then field name, value field will be item ID, and then text field will be item name. So object data source tree will now be binded to our items table adapter. So it's not responding. Let me just wait for this to respond. So I drop object data source tree here, and then I bind these to I'm only even interested in the select I'm only interested in the select statements, the select SQL statement. So configure data source, items table adapter, click on next. I'm just interested in these, but I can leave the rest. So add that. So key field name here will be item ID, and then if we look at, okay, so we have done this. So we can refresh this page. Go to suppliers item. I'll select the first one, which is Imperial Blue Wines. Field name with the name item ID was not found in selected data source. Check. Must have made a mistake somewhere. Object data source tree. Items, okay, it's items ID, not item. It's items ID. It's items ID. So it's items ID. So I save that, and then let me refresh this again. item. Why am I getting this item ID wrong? Oh, shouldn't change this items ID. So I refresh this. Good suppliers items. Good, so now you can see we select the item we want to add. So the first one on the list should be Imperial Blue Wine. Okay, means I must have been making a mistake somewhere. Items ID and let me look at the items ID design. Of course, we made this primary key hidden specification. Yes, so why am I not being able to select that? Let's try it and see. Okay, I guess I've made a mistake somewhere. I'll check that. But anyway, so we're able to have display our items here, in which we're just going to add them to each of the supplier accordingly. And I think we don't really need supplier's address, phone, and email once doing this. So in the next video, I will just fix that while we code our supply register page for the purchase manager, purchase register page for the purchase manager. Thank you for watching. All right, continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we were able to set up different items. There's different wines that we sell in our products page, and then in also the admin page, we also were able to add products to different suppliers. So like each supplier, we know the products that they sell, and then of course you can use that to view your reports at the end of the day. So if I log in with that account, I'm going to see that, which is these accounts. So if I log in, click on this, I got suppliers. I got suppliers item. So I've been able to add items to each supplier, like Imperial Blue Wines. They sell Imperial Blue Wine and Black and Blue Wine, and then Ciroc drinks. Okay, I didn't add anything to them. Here they sell Golden Guinness wine. So Ciroc drink, let's add something, and then I'll show you how the errors, how I fixed the errors in the last video. So let's say Ciroc, they sell Smirnoff wine, and they also sell Goldberg. So let's see, here's how we listed everything. Now how I did this was there's just some few little errors that I fixed. If you come to suppliers page, the first thing is in the insert parameter we use this session, the session that we had in the select parameter. So I copied that and then changed what I have in insert parameter and added that. In the update parameter is still the same thing. Then coming up here, the key field name here for the grid view detail is supplier item ID, and then here we have item ID actually for the combo box, the field name of item ID, while for the object data source tree, the property combo box, we have items ID. So that's how I named them in both the databases tables. So once you fix that, you're going to have no error. So that's said and done. Let's log off, and then let's create our purchase register. So I'm going to log in now with that account. So let's create our purchase register. So for purchase register now, we're going to create the page. It's under purchase. So I right click, I go to add new item. And then I call this purchase register. So make sure you select master page is checked, and you select your master page there, and then you go right ahead and click OK. So in setting up these, I have my I use H1 or H3. Let me see. In the other pages, okay, I use H2. So here I say purchase register. So I break that. Now what I'm going to do now is to all the items that we sell, I'm just going to display all of them, and then probably with the supplier name. So in case you want to search, you can search by supplier name. So I can create a view for that, which is very easy. I can do the view here, and I can do it in my data set. But since I'm here now, let's create the view here. So you go to view on the tables, you right click, go to new view, refresh in case you've made any changes. So purchase register, we okay, no, we're talking about displaying the items first. So items, we add that, view items, that's what we're interested in. Then supplier items, I want to make sure that each item we're displaying has a supplier. So I map this, and then I also need supplier. I also need to add another data table, which is the supplier, to get the supplier name. So good, so you can see automatically that has mapped. And then I'm going to select everything I have in items. These include the reorder level that we already know. And then here, do I need to select anything? I don't think so. Okay, I can select I should leave this, select these, and then supply name. I think with this I'm okay. Good, so I believe the 5 lines I displayed, these are the item name, the purchase price, the sales price, the reorder level, and then the supplier name. So I'll just call these view supplier items. So I save this, save everything. I come to my data set, and then I add that. I go to next query builder. It's always good to refresh, like I said. So we select views, our supplier items here, we add that, close, and then click OK, next. So we have this view here. So if we go to our purchase register now, we drop our AXPS grid view on the page. Wait for that. I hope I'm not adding 15. Okay, good. So we add our XPX grid view to the page, and then I can automatically just do this to the data source. Data source ID. So checked data source 1. Just to make this easy, so we go to data, so object data source, so I add that, go to the design view, so I'm going to get these from my view supplier items. Go to next. Of course, there's no method for updates. You can see that it's actually telling us to create object referencing, which we don't need that, but we want actually want a method for select. Good, so select is get data. Now we click on finish. So we have all this. Now we go and make changes to what we actually need. We need item name, purchase price, sales price. We know the reorder level. We don't need to display supplier ID, and so here I make it false. Item ID, also make it false. But we need to display supplier name, so I can just toggle this visibility to 0. And drop that here. And the item name, cell font style bold, I can make that true. So we just get seed name. Now we can quickly also add the text column. Data item templates. So we can add a text box here. Here I can change the caption to be quantity added. And this text quantity. So the quantity we are adding, and then We also need to display the amount, right? Because we know the purchase price. Okay, so I can just copy this whole stuff here, place that here, and then I can say amount. So text amount. Okay, then below the grid view we can draw a line, and then put a button. Say update purchase register. btn update. btn og btn info. So I go to my site.master, and then for purchase register, I link this here. So if I refresh this page, okay, so let's go to purchase register. Okay, good. So you can see we can add our quantity, get the amounts by it's gonna be purchase price times the quantity added will give us the amount. So I can come here, we need to make this 100%. And it is the system has hanged. I'm trying to save that. Let me refresh this. Good. So we have these now, and then we get the quantity added, we add that, and then we get the amount. So if we come down here, I think we can there are 3 things we can do, but it's best we make this auto post back to be true. For our calculation, and then we say on text change, so we'll create an event. So the first thing is let me see. Should we do this in text change, or what I want to happen here is once you enter the quantity that you're buying, let's say you enter 9, automatically we should get the amount here. We'll get the purchase price, let's say 900 times 9, and then we get the amount here, which will be 8,400, I guess. Right? Is it 8,004? 9 times 9 is 89. Okay, 8,900. So 1,000, so maybe we'll enter a figure here, maybe let's say 20, we get 20,000 here as the amount, and then you click to update register. Once you click to update register, what will happen here is we're going to add these records to our table register, our purchase register table. We're going to add these records here, and then we're going to update our inventory, our stock table, with quantity that we've added for each item. So on text change, we want to run that, and what's the best way to program this? I have on text change here. The first thing I want to do is to get the purchase price for each row that we have made changes. Okay, I think I'll think through that, and then continue that in the next tutorial. I'm just thinking of a way to think through that fast. Okay, so let's just take that we have designed the interface of the purchase register at this point. So the next thing will be to program it and update purchase register and add items to inventory. Then we can view inventory again in the next video. So let me pause this video here and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching. Continuing from where we stopped in the last video, we were trying to code the text quantity changed, and then I said once you make changes to the quantity, like you type quantity, then the total amount will change. And I was talking about this place here for the purchase manager. Okay, let me log in again. System is beginning to get slower here. I don't know. Okay, so let me log in again. Here's our purchase manager. Okay, so we are on the purchase register, and what we want to achieve is this. Okay, let's say we enter a figure here. For example, let's say 90. And we'll post back, so we get 90 times 900, and then we get this amount. So that was what we are trying to do. Now, and here's the code. So for I, declaring I as integer or starting from 0, I less than ASPX grid view 1 dot visible row count, we increment I. Now we declared purchase price first, and then I just did this, so I'm just explaining the codes to you. So I cast this as double, so XPS grid view 1 dot get row values I. So as we're running through this, iterating through this, we get this, and then we get the purchase price, which of course is this field here. We get this field purchase price. So we store it in this variable purchase price here. The same thing for text quantity added. We declare a text box, and then we'll find row cell template control, and then text quantity, which is this template control. We get that, and then store it in this variable text quantity added. So the same thing for text amount. Now we check if quantity added is not empty. That means a value is being entered. If a value is being entered here as we're iterating through this grid view, then we convert our quantity here to integer. So we get the what's in the text box, we convert it to integer, and then we multiply it with the purchase price to get the text amount. So that's what we did on text quantity changed. Then after that, we have this button here, update register, but then we have to post to a particular account. So the purchase register manager have to post to a particular account, so he has to select the different accounts in which I'm going to show you this, and then which account is posting to before to update our purchase register. And then I think I need to just quickly create, but let me explain the codes first before I come create accounts for purchase register, because I don't have the accounts here. I just have only sales, interest received, bank charges, and all that. So now updates, click. You can see first of all, I using wine dataset table adapters, so I use that, and then I declare this table adapter, purchase register table adapter, IP register. Then I also declare this iStock table adapter. Then I also declare a data table for iStock table, for stock data table, for the stock table that we have. Now so you can see I use wine dataset.tv or stock data table. I got this. Now I also did the same iteration I did here. So I iterated through the grid view, get quantity added. Then here, if a quantity added is not empty, then we do this. We get the item ID by using get row values. We get a supplier ID by using get row values. And then we get the purchase price by using get row values too. We cast that to double. Then text amount, we also find row cell template control for that. Now we convert this quantity to integer, and of course we get the text amount completely. So now here, what we declare here as the purchase register table adapter, so we call the insert statement, and we insert accordingly supplier ID, you see them, supplier ID, chart ID, in which is the combo box that I selected. So you're going to add this combo box here at this table tier account posting to CBO chart. So the combo box, item ID, quantity, you can see I converted this to integer 32 and converted this to double. So I filled the parameters. Then for the stock data table here, I get by item ID, and to do that is easy. I came here, I created this query here, get by item ID, in which if I open the query, go to configure, you see here, so where item ID equals to at item ID. So I did that. Then I also stock balance, I also created another query, get stock balance. Now in getting stock balance, here's what I do. It's like, let's say you go to add query, you go to next, and instead of using select which return rows, I selected this, which returns a single value. So that's what I selected before going to next, and then writing the appropriate SQL statement, which is this. So select stock balance from table stock where item ID equals that. Then update stock, I also created this query. So updates TBO stock, set stock balance to be this where item ID is this. And to do that is very easy. You right click if you're adding that query. For this update stock balance, you go to next, then you select updates, change existing data in a data table. Okay, so that's about those SQL statements there. So I get my item ID, then I check if the row count. That means we check if that item has been saved in our stock data table first, stock table. If it's not, that means the item that means what is returning is 0. So if that is the case, then we do an insert statement. Else, if it's not, then we get that particular stock balance for that particular item ID using this code here, and then we update this stock accordingly. So that's how the purchase register page is being created. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create an account to post to, and then we make our posting. So I'll log off and log in with the admin and do that. So I'm going to log in with the admin. So I go to charts of account. Okay, so you can see we have income, expenses, assets. So I can add a new one and purchases for my account groups. Then I go to okay, I would have changed auto post back of this to be true, which we can do that right away. For charts of accounts, the page control, you can just set auto post back to be true. So once the tab is clicked, post back is set to true. So I can refresh this now. So let me wait for this to refresh. Oh, it's taking time to refresh actually. Did I save this? Okay, the saving is not completely saved yet. Probably that's why. Made some recent changes on my PC, and it is a little bit slow. Okay. I guess that has saved finally. So let me refresh this. Okay, so we have purchases here, and then if you come to charts of accounts, so we can just add another chart of accounts here. So I can say I can also name it purchases. Purchase of items accounts. You can just call it purchase of items. So let's say that's the chart of accounts here. So if the purchase manager should log in, so here's a purchase manager. So we'll go to purchase register. So I'll say purchase of items, that's the account we're posting to. And then let's just fill this. Let's say here is 10. So we have that. And then let's say here is maybe 40. We're adding 40 imperial blue, black and blue wines here. And then here we're adding 16. And then here we're adding let's say 12. And then here we're adding 9. Now one thing is you can see this pose bar. You can actually avoid this by using Ajax control, but we're not doing that in this video tutorial. So let's click update purchase register. Okay, I believe it's updated. It didn't display any message. I've done that. So if we go check our database, we look at table stock. So you can see we have these are the stock balance, and if we look at the purchase register table, these are the items we've entered. So let's go to purchase register. If it's successful, I can just display a label here. To display a message. Data entry successful. Now you can put this in a try and catch block, and so that you can display this. You can put these in a try and catch block. So you just put these in a try and catch exception. X. So we'll pick everything here. Put this in the try block. And now we catch an exception. OBL. X. We catch EX to string. So we have made this entry. I can also make another entry again. Let's say we re-enter the items again. Now, one thing we didn't capture in our accounting system here is dates of entry, and then of course the username of the person that entered that. But you can actually do that by just adding those fields in your tables. So we're also posting to purchase of items. Let's say we just added more of these items. Now you can see we've not viewed inventory yet, but we're going to view that. So let's say we added 5 more of this item. So data entry successful. Now if we come here, we have a 10 before for that item. So if we click on this, you can see that, okay, you can see we've added 5 more for that item. And if we go to our stock, this should be updated to 15. Good, so it's updated to 15. So now let's display this stock here. Let's display our stock so that we can get to see our stock, and then the reorder level, so that the admin can check whether the items is going out of stock or not. So we can create a view for that. I call that view stock. So we'll go to new view. You can refresh because we've made changes. So we add stock. We add then items. So our item ID will go here. So item name and then stock balance, here are the 2 things, and then reorder level. Okay, let me just add all the field: item name, purchase price, stock balance, reorder level. So if we view this now, you can see, so you can see stock balance 15, reorder level here is 5. So once it's below reorder level, we can code it to display an alert. So view stock. So we add that to our system, go to our data set. Go to next, query builder. Click on refresh, go here. So view stock. So next, get data, next, and then we click on finish. So I can go right ahead and save this, view stock. Good. So now that I've done that, I can create a view inventory page here. What's a new item? View inventory or view stock. And to create that page is very easy. Just come here, pick this first two here. So I just call this view inventory. So I can drop my grid view. Remember, I'm using 17 points. So I drop my grid view, also drop my object data source. Data source ID should be this. So I go to my design view. Go here, go to configure data source. Select my view stock. Go to next. Date, I don't need anything there. So I click on this to finish. Good. Can make this because your width should be 100%. And then I think I can pick this and let it be the last one. So I can order them like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can get to view your stock balance. Now I don't want to use this object data source. I just did this quickly just to be able to get these field names instead of typing them. So now that I have that, I just want to introduce you to the other method. We do that in code behind. So So I'm just going to remove this object data source here. Now we go to the code behind. Come here, we see using wine dataset table adapters. So if there is no post back, then we can say view stock should be new view stock table adapter exps grid view one data source should be iStock.getData. So we're getting all the items in stock. exps grid view one data bind. Am I missing anything? There is okay, so I can go to my site.master now. For this, you can link it appropriately. So I can link that appropriately. So let me refresh this page. Good. So if we go to view inventory, okay, that's where the error is. Try change that. So refresh this page. Good, so you can see we have our inventory now. Now what we need to do is we can iterate through these and then look at each of the items where the reorder level is below the stock balance, is the same or below the stock balance, and then we can display maybe a red line or something. So let's try and do that. So let's say for I equals 0 for integer, sorry, I declare integer 0, I less than expx grid view 1 dot visible row count plus plus So we get the reorder level, and then we get the reorder level. Reorder level, VDXPS grid view 1, get row values. Alright. So reorder level and stock balance, right? Reorder level. So we this is an integer. And we also get the stock balance. XPS grid view 1 dot get row values. Stock balance. So now we check if the reorder level is greater than or equals to the stock balance, then we can display a red mark. So if reorder level it's greater than or equals to the stock balance, then one dots, how do I get the rows? Get row. I'm trying to get the color. Get row. If I can remember this. Okay, I will look at this and remember the code to do that. Anyway, I just want to get each row and then color that particular row, maybe with a red color or something, so that you know that this particular item is getting out of stock. So okay, let me pause this video here. We'll do that in the next video while we continue with our sales reps page. So thank you for watching. Hi, welcome to session 5 on this video series on how to create an accounting system for a wine shop in ASP.NET C#. My name is Ayuba Ojanogwamu Azu. Now in session 5 here, we're going to program the sales rep page, and that includes selling our products, which of course is the wine we sell, and then recording the expenditures for the wine shop. But then in the last video, I was trying to display the inventory. I did display the inventory, actually the stock balance, but we're trying to outline or give a red mark alert for each stock, for each product that is out of stock or below the reorder level. And then for that I had this, so we have this piece of code here in which you can view that, in which you can do that here. So on the HTML, on the AXPS grid view control, on HTML row prepared, we just create an event, this, and then at the back end of the event, the code of the event, the code layer, we have this. So for integer I, starting from 0 less than the grid view visible row counts, we iterate through the grid view, and then we declare the reorder level, get row value, stock balance, and then if reorder level is greater than or equals stock balance, then we change the back color of that particular row to be maroon or red or any I think I can put red. Maroon looks like red actually. We can also put red, and then the fore color should be white. So that's just that about that. Now heading to the sales rep, if he logs in, the first thing he needs to do, he can do actually, is to sell products, which includes selling the wines that we sell. So we go to add new item, call these sales register. Sales register. Make sure the select master page is selected. Click OK, site.master, and then you click OK here. Now we have similar interface with the purchase register. Actually, we have very similar interface with the purchase register, only we can just make a little changes here and there. So I'm just going to copy the interface of the purchase register, which I'm going to copy everything here and then make my changes. I'm just going to copy that, go to sales register, and then I post that. And then of course the Dev Express assembly will be registered, so I copy that too, and then I paste that here. So here will now be sales register. So the account we're posting to, but first of all we also need to have the customer we're selling to. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I say select customer. That's the customer we're selling to. Select customer. So we have the CBO customer. Then the account we're posting to. Then of course this is the same thing. We don't need to display the supplier name actually, since we're making sales, so I can toggle the visibility of these to be false. We'll need the item name, and then we don't need to display the purchase price, so visibility of this will also be false. We'll need the sales price, and then we don't also need to display the reorder level, so the visibility will also be false. Then here we'll say quantity bought instead of quantity added, and then amount. So these are the two things that we need to do. Then here won't be button update, it will be button sales. So we can change this, and then we create a new event for it, button sales, to click, and then we call these make sales. Or updates sales register, update sales register. So the object data source remains the same. We're getting it from this table, view supplier items. We're getting from this view actually to get all the items that we have, all the items that we are registering. So we have that, and then of course it's not really necessary to display, but you can also display it to display the quantity that is currently in stock. You know, item name, sales price. We can display the quantity that is currently in stock, but I don't really think it's ideal to do that here now. So we're just gonna leave this, and then if we go to our purchase register, for example, if we go to the code behind, let me see what we need to borrow. Okay, we need to borrow this. First of all, I need to import this. Because instead of repeating all these tasks, since we've already coded all this before, then I also need this. Then of course I also need for customers, so I say TBL customer stable adapter. Customer should be this CBO customer. The data source should be I customer get data CBO customer. Text field should be customer name. customer.value field should be customer ID, and then CPO customer data bind. So we have this, right? And then now we can go to our site master, go to sales, and then sales register. We can connect that. So I'm gonna log out now. Okay, I'm gonna log in with my sales rep account, and then let's view what we have done. So here's my sales rep account. So I click on login. Good, so we go to sales register. Okay, on text change here was encoded, so but it's the same code with what we have here, so I'm just gonna pick that. And then I can paste that, so I can view these again. Just wait for that to refresh. Good, so you select customer, let's say customer A, account we're posting to, so we're posting to the sales account. Then quantity bought for this item, maybe he's buying maybe 3 quantities. So good, so here's the amount, and then here maybe he's buying 2 quantities, like that. Now we click to update sales register. So now we're going to code the sales register, the update of the sales register. Now it's going to be the same thing here, so I'm just going to copy this logic, this code logic here, but we're just going to make some changes here and there. So I'm just going to copy this code logic completely. For the purchase register, since it's the same thing. I'm going to post it here. Now for here, now we are going to have sales register, not purchase register. So I say TBL sales register table adapter, and then I say IS instead of IP. TBL sales register. So we also need our stock table adapter, so we need this. So we iterate through the grid view. We get the quantity added, or we can just leave it quantity added. It's supposed to be quantity sold. Let me change that. Let me say text quantity. Okay, all right, it's okay. I can just say quantity sold here. So if quantity sold is not empty, then we get the item ID. We need a supplier ID. You can just leave it there. Then here we get the sales price, purchase price. So here we get the sales price. Sales price, which is sales price here. Then of course we get the amounts. Here will be quantity sold. So the text amounts here now will be sales price times quantity, and then IS register. So insert. Let's see, the first thing is customer ID. So here we need customer ID. So just the way we get the chart ID, you can just pick that, paste it here, and then CBO customer. Good. So we get the customer ID. Now we get the chart ID, the accounts we are posting to. Now we get the item ID, the quantity sold, then the price sold, which would be sales price. Then amount sold, which of course will be sales price times quantity here. So we're done with that. Oh, I think I made a mistake here. I declared these as a integer instead of dot floats. So if we go to the design for the table, price sold is supposed to be float, not integer. So you can change these accordingly. And that means if you save these, you have to go to your data set, which is here, and make your changes. So you can just remove this whole table adapter and create another one. So right click, go to add table adapter, click on next, query builder, refresh because we've made changes. So we get sales register, we add that, we close. So click OK. Next. And then we finish. Good, so that should update. I usually close and open that again. Okay, good, so that error is gone. And this stands for stock. Now for stock, we don't really need this. Stock count equals 0 because we're actually making sales, so we can sell what's not in stock actually. So here all we just need to do is just put a minus button here, and that's all, and that solves that. So I think we're done with the sales register here. So if I refresh this page, we look at the first item in stock, for view stock, the first item, which is Imperial Blue, we have 15 of it in stock. So I'm gonna sell, and the reorder level is 5, so I'm gonna sell 14. I'm gonna sell 11, so it will be below reorder level, so that we can get to see the red mark alerts that we set for that. So let's say we're selling to customer A, we're posting to sales account. Now let's say quantity bought, he bought 11 of Imperial Blue wine. And then for Goldberg will have 9, so let's also sell 6 and see. And then he sold 6 of this, which here is the amount. So we click in update sales register. Okay, you can see data entry is successful. So if we log off now and log in with the purchase manager, which is this guy here, Steve. You can log in. We go to view inventory. Okay, I think there's a mistake somewhere. We said if the reorder level is less than or equals to stock balance, I guess. Is that what we wrote? I'm seeing all right there. Oh, if the reorder level, sorry, is less than or equals to the stock balance. So let's refresh this. Now is it less than or equals to? If it's greater than, sorry, if the reorder level is greater than or equals to the stock balance, I will toggle that to red. I think it's actually a mistake coding here. HTML rule prepared. Okay, which row are we coloring? I guess I didn't research this properly. Okay, I guess I didn't research this properly. Okay, sorry about that. We'll come back and fix these. Probably maybe we need to bind this to object data source, not on page load, because it depends on which event is coming first, whether it's HTML rule prepared or is this. So anyway, we can see that our stock balance now has been reduced for this item and then also for this item. So that's that about sales register. And then so that's that about sales register. Let's try and fix this error and then start thinking of concluding the video tutorial because it's quite long. So alright, thank you for watching.